Look at that, it's spoiling what's gonna be in the next scene that we haven't actually looked at yet.
Yeah, I was looking at this, I'm like, did we leave off in this room?
It's where our save picture
save is. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we haven't actually seen that yet. Okay. Here we are still.
Yeah.
Lot of ground to still cover, it seems. Yeah, like it's simultaneously like there's so much more we have to figure out to tie everything up. Yet I feel like we have a good handle on what happened.
More or less.
We know how we got to where we are, right? Like we have the macro view of it down pretty well, I think. But why we're about to spend probably 5 hours in this courtroom actually figuring out the professor case, that I have no idea why we're gonna do that. But presumably that's what's about to happen. So, yeah, looks like we have an investigation sequence. Because they gotta get Jigoku here. And Ryunosuke was like, hey, can we do this tomorrow? And Stronghart, for some reason, was like, yeah, alright. If Stronghart's somehow innocent at the end of all this, I'll be fucking shocked.
That's honestly what I'm leaning towards.
I'm hoping towards. It just wouldn't be super interesting if it was just, yeah, Stronghart was like the mastermind behind everything. I hope it's the queen. Call that bitch in. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. I'm having bad internet again. This is interesting, too. This is... I am consistently losing 30% of the frames that I'm sending out. Which is very, very strange. But as long as our voices aren't getting fucked up, which is what happened. I rechecked that stream last night, or 2 nights ago. It was fucked up. There was a lower frame rate. It was running at like 15 frames per second. But our voices weren't screwed up, so it didn't really matter.
Right.
However, I am tempted to like reset my router, but I'm afraid it won't come back on if I do that. So
yeah, I'm looking at the stream right now on YouTube. Looks fine. We sound fine. Emma looks like she's, looping correctly.
Yeah, it was pretty noticeable. Characters aren't moving that much, so it's hard to see it. But like, I would notice moments where like Kazuma or Ryunosuke were like moving up and down into a new pose, and it was very clear that there was a ton of drop frames. And that's what it's telling me. I'm losing frames. You're only it's only sending out like 30. It's only sending out 70% of the frames that it's trying to. So let me actually do this. Okay. I see what it didn't like. All right, that's fine. There shouldn't be an issue on my side now. So I had re-rigged my OBS settings to send things out at 48 FPS, which is this nice middle ground where it will still actually stream it at YouTube at 60, I think. So it actually, without destroying my processing side, I can still stream it up into YouTube. I can still upscale a 4K video which gives it the good encoder on YouTube, so it looks nice. And it's a frame rate higher than 30, which YouTube's typically not doing like a clean 60. It's a middle ground. It's pretty much all it is. Like, yeah, if I could do 60 good, but 48 is typically good enough. It's typically the picture quality and the artifacting that I am more concerned about. So I found that to be the middle ground. I just changed it from 48 FPS sending out to 30, and I'm having 0 frame drops now. So I guess it just didn't like that for some reason.
Sure.
Like those frames literally were not making it to YouTube for some reason. Very odd. Anyway, the 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m., Sholmes' suite.
We have returned, my dear fellows.
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. I'm not sure how we're going to be allowed to use any of that evidence in court tomorrow, but thanks. In fact, let me look at it now that you've handed it to me. This is the thing we did not read in half a second.
Right.
Yeah, the evacuation drill itinerary. A notice about a practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Groose the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. Excuse me. Okay, following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Okay, so there was 20 minutes from 10 to 10:20 p.m.
Yeah.
Where there was basically no security.
Right.
Okay.
Right, because this is when he would have died. Yeah, I'm like, how is this relevant? Right, yeah.
the piece of the watch. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Okay.
God, you were right, it was the queen.
So can I combine them? May I combine them? What do you think, Mr. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing because we were just talking about it. We're about to see the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too because we were just talking about it. Wow, we did it. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make note of this new information at once. It's still 2 separate pieces of evidence. A small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found. It's now clear that it's the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch. Right. Places him at the scene. You read this already?
I've not. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no?
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor, Sogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
This is what is being said, yes. Well, no, not really. He's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's white now. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah, how'd he do that?
To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
When all this started, almost a year ago now, Mr. Sholm still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
And now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. It's not.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh! You've had a reply already? What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
I hate this stupid... Oh, I almost said stupid slut when Iris came on screen and was gonna... I don't want to say that. Sholmes, come back here so I can make fun of you, you bitch. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. You stupid slut, Sholmes.
And what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were already won. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here.
They don't have a table. They just have the punching box.
This place appears to be the only seat, the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
I'm sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. Do you know who my daddy is? Please.
Gotta go.
It's, a shame. Really? What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Naughty sorry.
I also believed this. For a moment. Oh!
Think about how similar we are. I have pink hair and wear a brown dress. She has brown hair and wears a pink dress.
Wow.
We're basically related.
Quite astute. Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. Nice.
Damn! What?
The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. This is just gonna be no one.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know
I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. It's crazy, they made a whole new soundtrack for this final case. Nuts. Seriously, what's the big deal here? The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright.
Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant?
So just who is Iris's father, and why is it such a big fucking deal? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today.
So then, let us dine. While our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan. And about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away.
Oh my god, he's pouting.
Yeah, that's like the worst way to sit on a couch ever.
Oh my god.
Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. It all looks mouth-wateringly good.
Indeed it does. And if it were accompanied by even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection.
You're still on that? Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court.
Or indeed, for drowning one's sorrows after defeat.
I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes. He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's got his hand on his stomach. Like he's hungry.
He's eyeing straight at wherever it would be. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Yeah.
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless.
Yeah, Iris is actually what came from the onion cluster.
I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Early, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer.
Mr. Sholmes, honestly, it's kind of the other way around, it seems. Can I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion? I always wear this.
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
I like how I had
Okay.
to get him off the couch.
Ouch, yeah. Whoa, it's nighttime.
It is nighttime. I don't think we've seen that. Cool. I'm not examining this whole room.
But
The telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
this. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as I indicated. Duplicate follows.
Record found as indicated. Right, it's gonna be the
The right, yeah.
the shit that McGilded was smuggling.
Oh my
Let's not
God.
forget
Right,
this.
Right. Right. I'd totally forgotten about that, I must admit.
Right, so that is, in fact, Kazuma Asogi and not Genshin.
Right, yeah, his name's not Genshin Asogi, yeah.
Yeah, that's Kazuma, Asashin, Tobias Gregson, and John H. Wilson. What? Those 4 names? You've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. Whoa, spoilers! What the fuck is this? What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be what happened. All right, I'm compromised. So my issue is I don't know if there's something wrong with my monitor or my eyes have gotten fucked up over the last 2 weeks. There's like this eternal glare when I'm looking at my monitor now. And I've moved all the lights around in my room. I have tried no lights on, all lights on, everything, right? And it's like the bottom left corner of my screen is like digging straight into my eye. And I just could not for the life of me figure out what it is that's doing it. And it might just be my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, have you looked at another screen to see if it's your eyes?
Well, the other problem is my right monitor is kind of fucked up anyway.
Right.
It kind of something weird happened with it at some point. Where I just cannot. It just one day it got like a power surge happened and it doesn't have like color in it anymore. So it's just kind of dull. Like the brightness is fine, but like the picture itself's a little worn. So that's not a good way to test it. I did mean to test whether it was like it was especially notable in Metaphor, for whatever reason. Like maybe it's the portraits in the bottom left, just something about them like really pop out. And I meant to check if like my capture card was fucking something up, but it's kind of there right now. And this is through my computer and not my PlayStation or capture card at all. Though not as bad. So I'm not quite sure what it is. I think I've just been hurting my eyes too much. I probably need glasses anyway. But anyway, what appeared to be a simple case of aggregated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. That was an awkward sentence anyway. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. And we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. Jigoku, presumably at this point.
Right.
So why are the names coming up again now? Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you.
It's two sentences. No, it's like one short sentence, I mean to say. Yeah.
Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
Well, he's sending this to Hosonaga. So he has to use Naruhodo's name. So this is weird because this telegram never got sent, theoretically. Because we were impeding on the sending of it, I believe. No, maybe it did get sent and they just were trying to recover the 2 pieces. I thought McGilded never got the second one from what's his name?
I believe the telegram was sent, and what Egbert had done was he had intercepted it and made a copy of it. I thought.
Oh, I don't remember. No, his dad was making them. So wasn't the whole thing that his dad got? McGilded never actually got the one that never actually got the second half. Ugh.
But the telegram was sent. It was just intercepted by Egbert. Like, as in, like, he made a copy of it.
You sure about that? I'll take your word for it, but I don't remember that. I don't remember that element because he was the one making them. He was effectively the one making those things for McGilded.
Right, but that has nothing to do...
I don't remember, like... I guess it does make sense that McGilded probably did have both at some point, but I remember there being a contention over getting the second plate. Like, in the past, like, McGilded maybe never got his hands on the second plate that he needed. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, but what does that have to do with anything?
It would mean that these messages, that message was never sent to Japan.
I do not see how those 2 things are related.
What do you mean? How could the message get sent to Japan if the plates never got to the guy who needed them?
The plates are just somebody making a copy of the message so they can blackmail the government. That has nothing to do with how a telegram is sent to the other country.
Right. That's right. Okay. Yes. They were not needed to send the telegram. They were stealing it. Yes. Thank you.
If I have a copy of one of your emails...
Hey, don't laugh at me. Hey, don't give me that fucking tone. I don't want to hear that. Alright. Still. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. I like how it's the one from this game and not his like one from last game. You know what? I guess we don't know what he actually just wears on his average day.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency. You understand.
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. Without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Sorry, what do you say there? Yeah, why does it signify it? No, I have an idea, but no evidence for it. Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Burya. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you.
You were having a good time.
However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores. For several years, at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... I would have knocked him out myself. Well, he was clearly sedated in some fashion.
Yeah.
Right. The side effect was the amnesia.
Mm-hmm. Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
Fuck. What's this guy sound like? The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know.
Violence.
All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. I bet I said it the same exact way in the first stream, on the second stream.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me?
Embarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as... murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, she got the death penalty. I couldn't let the... Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything, and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well,
she pushed a guy over. Potentially broke his neck. Like, damn, knocked him out at least, right?
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then. America. Is that where she was going?
I don't remember that part.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
Truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh.
An omen that, at this very moment in time, close at hand.
Hmm? An omen of all these tragic events? That already existed a year ago? Is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. The bloody collar? I don't know. Okay, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Evidence presenting time. Alright.
I guess maybe it was Wilson dying?
Yeah. That makes sense. Right. Wilson on the Reaper payroll.
Might just be the telegram, I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's just ask him about it, I guess. There's so much evidence, I don't want to...
Yeah. No, I
reason out what we need to do. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learnt of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
True, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan.
Hmm?
It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because, after all,
I also did that.
I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments.
All right?
Eventually.
I could be hanged at any moment. I am committing grand capital offense constantly, Mr. Naruhodo.
In fact, I have received capital punishment 7 times.
Good thing I have all those onions. You're perpetually doing what? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh, my, Mr. Sholmes. What a fabulous line, you treasonous bastard.
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Especially all the stuff that happened with Soseki. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
Cyrus still in the room?
The 4 names.
As I said, when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashi. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Kayasogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Even though Asa was alive and in Japan.
That's
That's funny.
It's
Fuck.
It's that scene from Futurama where Fry hides his grandpa to keep him alive and then the nuke goes off.
The nuke goes off. Yep.
Exactly.
So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. Sholmes!
Yeah, they just
Give
kinda
this girl
settled it.
give this girl some information. Jesus. Yeah, here we go. Finally. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then. This information we have been hiding for 120 hours from this girl doesn't even matter to her at this point. Like, it matters to her because she assumed that was her dad. But I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation...
Boy, was I glad Kazuma ended up here.
The hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy?
Topsy.
I thought you were a bottom.
Damn it.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asashin was a killer. This telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Sheen was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. The real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin is because he was the target of an assassination?
And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There is another name among the 4, who subsequently became a visiting student.
Okay. Right. So I'm sitting here like, well, it's a list of conspirators somehow. But no. It's... I think what he's getting at is, these columns are assassin on top and target on bottom. Okay. Okay. Who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma? Oh! Oh! He did say in court earlier today.
Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, you might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
Wow. How holistic.
I'll kill your target. and have
Okay,
an ally,
well...
and you kill my target, and you'll have an
Alright.
ally.
Okay.
Crisscross.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that?
Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
Wait.
So Jigoku wanted Gregson dead,
Yeah,
and Stronghart wanted Wilson dead?
I guess.
Yeah, like, right?
This is a little convoluted. Why you can't just use the assassin in your own country. But whatever. So I just realized something also. We had been... We've been talking... God, I've done this so many times. She's not even on the list. I don't even know why I'm doing this.
Jezile.
So yeah, Jezile, I've been assuming is actually... was actually Asian. Because that's what we saw. It's like, she Asian. And it's Asashine. And that sounds like a Japanese name. But now I'm sitting here and I'm like, was she actually just an English woman?
I think she might have just put an
I
English
think
woman.
she's just an English woman.
Secret English woman.
Oh my, dude, the reverse secret English Japanese, not Japanese woman. So no secret Asians.
No. Secret
Just secret agents. All right. That would be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target, an English guy. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target.
Also an English guy.
It certainly does sound like an exchange. But... what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. This is true. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes, how could I forget? Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the highest levels. The highest levels.
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Wait, Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yes. Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in. Great dinner conversation. Alright, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time!
Right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room for now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. Sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. You'll have me? I'll gladly be your brother. No, I mean you have to marry her. Oh. Okay.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings.
Okay, Sholmes.
I've raised you so well. Ah!
None of it picked up. You got taken into the void. Just Because being sensitive is your strong suit naturally. Right. I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? They'll just have to wait and see. Oh, great. More... That's the Sholmes influence.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best. Of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. Exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. And the extraordinary assassination plot, in which my best friend apparently had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Wow, just jam them all in. 3DS is chugging right now. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Two dads, huh?
Two dads, somehow.
It was always gonna be 2 dads. No matter how you swing it.
Sholmes is a waste.
Yeah. All right. 2 parts remain.
2-part Lamau.
The 4th of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Yeah, no preamble, fuck it. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. Yes. That's my intention. Miss my
Resolve. Yes, that's my intention.
Resolve!
Oh, yes! My lord, if I may inquire.
Yo. The defendant may speak. Yeah!
On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor?
Fuck.
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Stronghart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
What the fuck?
You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day.
Kazuma.
Kazuma des. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
That's it. Switches to Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. He's mad I took his sword back. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? No, Susato. You can't use that honorific anymore. That's Mr. Kazuma over there. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. It doesn't matter who stands in front of me. Yes, my lord. Cool. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearings of Barak Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Roll. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is going to test it to the limit.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ah! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha! Well, look what the young man has become.
Finally, judge in the witness stand.
I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say.
The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. They wink at each other.
My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Wow! I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of this country. Of his country. That's right. You are all Japanese now. Bang! I hear he also played... Yeah! No, everyone else starts like screaming and stuff, but like nothing changes with Kazuma, and he's just like, wait, but why am I not changing into the Japanese? I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself! And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes. And full of self-importance, like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
No. No. Maybe he'll invoke them also. The extraterritorial rights.
Oh no.
Yep. Here we are. I'm not gonna fucking say a thing on all these technicalities part of the endgame.
Yeah, I plead the fifth, my honor.
Unrelated, you say?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met
what?
the man. Nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder. A case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're the great ace attorney. Ryunosuke's resolved to carry this through to the very end, too.
Now it's getting funny. First it was like, whoa, now it's like... They said it again.
See your evidence, then. Proof you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case.
I believe it's this.
Ooh.
Small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Jigoku's cabin on SS Ruse. It's now clear that it's the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch.
Take that.
Take that!
What on earth is that?
This piece of evidence is a welcome present to the courthouse with the compliments of the defense. Okay. All right. All right. I think. Did I miss the setup for this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was it already? The telegram?
I guess it was the telegram.
It was already the telegram.
It could have been either of these fucking things.
We found something of Gregson's in his fucking room. Come on now. Come on now. This is the end of the series. Come on now. All right. You have a poor grasp of British court etiquette, counsel. All right, Worth.
That's the extent of your resolve. You disappoint me. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Ah. Yeah. But I guess if we're talking about the connection to Wilson, then yeah.
Sure,
So,
fine. Yeah, I guess yeah, fair enough.
But also fuck that. I'm taking over. I'm in control.
Yeah.
Fuck whatever you guys are talking about. Look at this shit. There's still plenty of resolve. Let's see it then. Okay.
Take that!
Wow. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. Kei Asogi, looks straight at Kazuma. A. Shin, a white woman. T. Gregson.
You.
J. Wilson.
You little.
You're gonna break it again.
Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list?
You tell me! This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Asogi and A. Sheen are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. Her real name was Asa Sheen, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Sheen and her victim, J. Wilson, and the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What the fuck? What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. Telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
Judge Jigoku. What's this all about?
Not telling. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, You acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke.
I'm shocked no one went, "You're fucking bluffing." I am shocked they did not go, "How is that proof? What is the legitimacy of that?" These people just kind of accepted it.
But actually, I didn't lie.
Liar.
The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday.
Alright, fair.
The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Alright, fair. Doesn't really change anything. I'm gonna stand up for a second. I'm kind of woozy. Sitting down. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Groose. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court.
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
It seems this glorious Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange in the events of the night on the 31st October. Present your formal testimony, now.
As you wish, my lord.
The assassin exchange. Right to it.
It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
I am shocked that they are not fighting this harder.
The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved.
Throwing us a bone with this one. There was someone there the whole time, except for between 10 to 10 p.m. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. It's kind of funny.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What? From Gregson's cornucopia came out a blade that had never been seen before.
Oh my god!
So Kazuma was simply defending himself. The chip cutter.
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Yeah, all British people have the ability to pull the Sword of Gryffindor out of any thing like Harry Potter.
Yeah, as long as it has like a cone shape.
Yeah, it's got it's got a good shape.
Yeah, exactly. Right, yes, Kazuma Kazuma has beef with Gregson, I guess, because Gregson was the one who
really fucked over his dad.
Yeah.
It was his insistence that about the autopsy, blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Mr. Kazuma. Judge Jigoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
No. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute.
Oh, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue the villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Alright. Fine. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
Hold it!
Am I gonna get penalized for pressing this? A year ago. When Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
You're like filling out, you're filling out your resume and the application form, and at the bottom it just says, "Are you willing to kill for your government?"
Right next to peanut allergy.
Yeah, right next to it.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. Don't go to Britain if you have a peanut allergy. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship.
Didn't you send like a couple then?
But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot then and there?
It was just too cool of a plan. I wanted to do the seesaw trick, Susato.
But Brenton acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. Moving on. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
The target was Inspector Tobias Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? Cool sword.
He was the only man who owned a sword. He was the most capable of all the applicants. And in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes. As his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies. The way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Impact Asogi. Why do you all keep saying Impact?
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
Okay.
You have no idea. Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time?
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
On One Piece.
Okay,
With that fact that the assassin...
I'll do that.
With the fact the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Yasuki.
However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the Ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
And I see he's now the one that went into my fucking office. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
That wasn't possible. Simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Nice. Ah, haha.
My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I mean, if you're sending someone on an assassination mission, you gotta know they got it in them.
Yeah, like...
This is... Well, who knows English in Japan at this point, I guess.
Right.
There's not a big lot to choose from, I suppose. Like, here are your options. Kazuma? Soseki.
Oh my, they should have sent Soseki to do it!
Soseki would have at least accidentally done it. Misfortune just follows him, so...
Look, here's the thing. Soseki's part cat, right?
Yep.
Gregson smells like a fish.
Yes.
It would've been easy.
Pretty simple.
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain.
And now I'm white. I've won. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death.
And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin, in the first class area of the SS Groose, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner's operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for the judge, Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there. Made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes. Glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. Yeah, that's right, Stringolio. They tell me to shoot, I won't. I have morals in the belief system.
And speaking of Dracula flow, the new Star Rail patch, it is Boot Hill talking like that. it is the Dracula flow patch.
That's amazing.
It's really good. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But, as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. It's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
It wasn't on. They were just docked. Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest.
okay, sure.
Don't imagine for a moment that if anything like steerage where the judicial assistant goes.
Yeah. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh, no. That was the glory hole I made.
Oh god. Oh yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Ah! That's the hole in this argument. He's got 'em.
Sadly,
He's always got him.
I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would never have made it to Britain in the first place.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
Where's Mikotoba? If he was in the room directly adjacent, what was he up to? I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot. But even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. And that's why he's white now. If he was really Japanese, he would never betray anyone. Oh dear. It's hard to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard the steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright.
I feel like it could be 4 or 5.
I feel like it's typically on these.
Yeah, I agree, but it's like both of them are. Well, the crewman wasn't there.
Save just in case, but yeah, it's a toss-up. I think it's 5.
Yeah.
It's typically the ones where they're like
Really cocky or whatever.
Where they're actually making an argument.
Sure.
This is a statement. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So, clearly I can't be involved. That would be right here.
Objection.
Okay. Yes. As the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
He didn't even rip it up. Like, absolute amateur move there, Jigoku. Like, throw it out the window. Toss that shit overboard. Do something, man. You left it in the trash bin. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Groose were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one except for Mikotoba, who was probably next door to you. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke.
Thanks.
But it amounts to nothing.
Fuck you. Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident...
Okay. Wow. Real substantial ground you're standing on there, Kazuma. Whoa, buddy.
I couldn't even finish that sentence.
Dude. It didn't happen. Why? Because he fucking said it.
Whoa.
Are you deaf?
Whoa.
Kazuma, buddy, this is not a good look.
Unless you can say it happened, then there's just no way of knowing.
Unless you show me that piece of evidence you showed us earlier that jumped past all of this to tie him to the case.
Unless you have some decisive evidence that ties him to the case. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Catch, fuckboy. Throw it right at him. Your Honor, the witness simply said he didn't do it. God. Yeah, very true. Well, counsel. Yeah, I got what you're looking for. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to support it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Wait, why are you showing me this? I've already seen this. Judge Jigoku! This was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? I feel like I've seen this before recently. The crown of a pocket watch.
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. Sorry, I paused there to try and formulate like an inverse Christmas, almost Christmas thing where it's where it's it was the day before. Almost November 1st wasn't November 1st, but I wanted to say Halloween somehow. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you? You young murderer.
Objection!
Expertly manured, Rinosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. Or at first.
At first.
But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What?
I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to agree to it. I should have let you go to jail for a crime you didn't commit.
Yeah, alright.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Wow. Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Yeah, so I guess he could just be like, well, he broke his watch there, but I didn't kill him.
Yeah.
He's gonna be his argument.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Mr.
Of course.
Witness Jigoku, was it a trick or a treat that you gave the victim?
Oh, I gave him his just desserts.
What does that mean? Witness,
a
you'll
man
have to
of the
testify
law.
further.
I have no intention of obstructing justice.
It's like an inverse filibuster where he's like forcing people to testify about nonsense nonstop. The events in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. And when I closed my eyes as a baby, my mother disappeared.
Ippon Seo. Seoi. Seoi.
A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country.
Ah, like Kaisen. Very popular here.
I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
Yes, Your Honor, I simply landed the 360 input. What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. In no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Oh! Tommy, replug in your mic. You're getting
sure.
a little bit of static, and it might just clear it up. Not a big deal if it persists, but... He's testing.
Hello?
Hey.
That's weird.
Uh-oh.
When I unplugged it, my computer got really loud all of a sudden, like the volume.
Oh dear.
How do I sound?
You sound fine. I'd have to hear you, like, it really only pops out when there's like no background, there's no like music or something playing.
Yeah,
There's
my input audio changed drastically is what happened.
Oh really?
Yeah, like my audio got like 3 times as loud.
Huh. Well, you sound fine now. You sound
okay.
normal.
Whatever.
All right. Okay.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. But he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes. Because he was merely the tactician. not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
You should see what I've done here, Jigoku. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Hold it!
What'd you have? Alright, that's not what the hell, Ryunosuke. Ask that question. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Yeah, like, according to Kazuma, yeah. Apparently, Gregson told the crewmen he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. Good point.
He had his trench coat and a mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean... me?
Yes!
Yes, that's true.
God. Kazuma, just shut up for the rest of the trial.
That's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells at the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion.
That's right. None whatsoever.
When I walked through the door, a mustachioed gentleman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Whoops.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes. But at the time, I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
That's bullshit, you didn't know who it was.
I mean, it's possible he really wouldn't have known, like... It's possible. Yeah.
It's possible, but presumably, like, if... I guess it depends when he was brought into court for the testimony during the professor case.
Like, he may have never seen Gregson, but yeah, like, he probably knows what he looks like.
But obviously we know he knows who he is.
Yeah.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life.
You have guns pointed at you often then, sir.
Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't. What?
I shoot someone every day.
The second you walk out of here, it's gonna be you.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw. An Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewmen to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow, and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again in your made-up story.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw.
Wow. That's crazy. Nerf him. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
Ha! Ha ha ha! What are you talking about?
Hmm?
That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction.
Actually, he didn't tell me. Your best friend did.
Fuck. Haven't you worked it out yet? You little stripling.
Is stripling or
No.
stripling?
Stripling.
Haven't earned your stripes, I guess. Shrug.
No murder took place in my cabin.
There's an awful lot of no blood. The inspector
Drink
was
it all.
clearly killed having Yeah. Well, he put him in his domain.
Yeah.
Yeah. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
I said he did.
Your Honor, he said he did.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain?
Oh, buddy.
When people die,
They're
they are
killed.
Their bodies remain at the same spot. Devil of a thing.
They are
They're
They are-
spatially locked in
yes,
place.
spatially actually locked in place.
What does he say?
Unremoved. The king's magic, my friend.
Yeah. The Earth leaves them behind as it continues onward through the Milky Way system.
That'd be awesome. I would love to see that demonstrated in some media. Like JoJo's been pretty close to that.
Yeah, we're talking like 1 billion miles per hour.
Yeah, it's going.
Like,
it's
gone.
The Earth is spinning fast and moving quick.
Yeah.
Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
Whoa. Oh, exactly. It just can't happen. Carrying your corpse off a ship, your arms raise a few eyebrows at least.
You'd be flying. It would be moving so quickly as you grabbed onto it. Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. That was a good point.
I thought they were docked there. It wasn't it established? Like, obviously, you can still throw it overboard.
Yeah, like
when
docked,
it's docked,
yeah.
but like,
I think yeah. But that's a good point. Like, why not just ditch it in the channel, right?
Toss it over.
There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. This is actually a good point. They've gone through a lot of effort to frame Zeke's.
They're framing. They really wanted to frame Zeke's here. Yeah.
Yeah, I never even really thought about why. But yeah, let's continue.
That's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. All right? Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Hear me. You really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord.
I have no objections. State your amended testimony now. Hit him. No fucking about. Hit him.
Objection.
Been waiting for this one. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true.
Kazuma's like, I don't know what to believe anymore. This just can't be possible. And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about? Ryunosuke!
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London, what's that smell in here? Jesus Christ! Well,
fried fish and chips.
rotting. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Hats off to them here. This is moments before the photo that we're using.
Yeah.
That's very, very good. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
I knew you were jealous.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. I look fucking huge here.
This is my profile picture on Facebook now.
Yeah. I'm using your face, actually.
Yeah.
As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. How could he fit it in his ass? Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could.
Husband's like, damn, it could.
Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene You had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. In fact, bring her in here. I want to look at her. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. What the fuck are you talking about? Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Fuck. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Groose is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? How's he getting out of this one? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please! Stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. It's funny because I did the check in my head, and Jigoku's wrong. It's who, what, when, where, and why.
Yeah.
When does come first. He's making the bullshit.
Well, keep that in mind. We'll have to hit him with it. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Hey, you're not a prosecutor. You're not allowed to talk like that.
How can you say that?
Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this piece of evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Okay. This is a curveball.
I'm excited.
This prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street.
Might just be the autopsy where it says indeterminate.
Well, we know he died instantly. No, it might just be the autopsy.
Let's look at it really quick, yeah.
Time of death. Indeterminate. Right. Now, that's time since death, but not how soon he died after the wound.
Resulting in instant death. It does say that. Okay.
Yeah, it does say that. They have victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks, a point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Caliber of the gun used matched the things that we talked about in like the first trial. Okay. What contradicts the claim that Inspector died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street?
So it might still be the autopsy report, only because of the fact that it talks about how the bullet exited his back, and there wasn't a hole in the wall on Fresno Street anywhere, right?
You are 1,000,000% correct.
Because it's not the instrument
fact-
part; it's the Fresno.
In
Street
fact,
part.
this one got brushed under the rug because we assumed that the bullet shot this.
Yeah.
This one, this
No, because the law
this has
firm
just been
was-
floating around for a very long time.
Yeah.
I agree.
Take that!
Let's see. No. You're right
Damn.
though. No, once again, I like this is a good idea. Like the bullet exited out of his back and we never found a bullet in the crime scene on Fresno Street. Unless we did. Maybe there was a bullet.
I don't
You know
know. How
what? Wait, did this hold on. Does it actually say the caliber of the bullet at the end of the autopsy report that we were just looking at? No, it just the caliber of the gun that they found. They never found a bullet. I don't think.
They just said that the gun was the judiciary gun.
Yeah. They never said that the
Because
that the
the whole
bullet
thing was that
matched
the
it. They
bullet
said the
hit the
gun
candles.
matched it. It
Was
matched
their
the
argument. But yeah. But,
hmm.
yeah. I think we're. Yeah, whatever.
That's I think that's like a pretty fair point right there. Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction, only to present such such sensical evidence.
Perhaps my Japanese friend. Inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East.
In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly. Bailiff? Okay. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street? Or was he moved there after his death? Okay. There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question, surprisingly. Okay. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time, then, Mr. Naruto. Wow!
Are you going to try again? Or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out?
Prosecution claims that Inspector Greg... Okay, so we need to... What moved him? What is the piece of evidence that implies that he was moved?
It's the wig.
Obviously, like, the wig was fucking weird.
Yeah, but we have
It could be the wig. Like, I don't remember... Because, God, what have we talked about when it came to the wig? What came up in, like... What have we used the wig for? Because I do see the argument here of, like, why was the wig planted on him? What did they establish? Like, did we ever establish who put the wig there?
No,
We
I don't think
established that they thought we counter-established that this wig belongs to him. In fact,
right.
there was a guy because they were like, it must be his wig because he was out there that day doing stuff on the Redheaded League, and then we find out, no, he wasn't. It was the other guy.
Yeah, I feel like it's not the wig, only because it's like the line of reasoning of Jigoku kills Gregson, puts him in a trunk, takes him to his apartment, dumps him out of his trunk. What on earth would possess him to be like, I need to put this wig on this guy? If he wasn't already just wearing it.
Because he read the paper and was like, I gotta place him somewhere.
Yeah, it seems odd.
It's floating. We haven't pinned this one down. That's weird.
It's not the red hair piece, it's the red herring.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, no, it is odd. It is odd that he's wearing the wig.
The
I
crime
agree.
scene was dressed up. What else we got? It's not the autopsy report, even though it might be later still.
Although you are right when you just said the crime scene was dressed up, though. Like, fucking, in theory, Jigoku does, like, set up a Rube Goldberg machine and bullshit.
Yeah.
In theory, he's the one who did the shit with the candles and the in the notice board or all the other bullshit, right?
Now, right, and now I'm looking at this and I'm like, I feel like it could be any of the contraptions that were left in this fucking place. Like, we established that, I believe we established quite clearly that there was probably a firecracker put on this candelabrum, right?
Yeah.
To make it appear like a gunshot played out. Trunk.
Blood on the trunk. There's blood on the trunk.
Right, so... It might just be the trunk, actually.
God, this is actually odd.
Because...
Gregson and Kazuma enter Jigoku's room.
We found Kurama's blade in this.
At some point, Kazuma swings at Gregson's trunk?
Yeah. And then this was later moved to the crime scene, even though Kazuma presumably never went to the crime scene, the Fresno Street, right? Meaning... This... Let's try trunk. I think this makes sense.
I think that's fair.
I think it's a fair shot.
Yeah, I think there's... Yeah, well, yeah, you said it.
Okay.
Yeah, because, I was going to say, I suppose the issue with that would be that he could have...
I just broke the blade off on it later.
Well, it's like, well, the blade got broken off on the boat. I brought the trunk back to me with my apartment, and then I died in my apartment, so that's why there's blood on it in the apartment.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. But it's that's fair. We still have this. Clearly, it's Clint's autopsy report. Start from the beginning. Advertisement from the newspaper that entitled Redhead League seems somewhat suspicious in nature. Photograph of Mr. Vigil. I don't believe we'll be using this anymore. We likely have nothing else to use with this. I'd be shocked if... Yeah, no. Unrelated to what we're talking about, Vigil doesn't matter anymore. Vigil doesn't matter anymore. Probably just used as... This was probably just there so we could mess with the watch at some point. And this is just them dressing up the crime scene more. Gregson had it on his person. They just throw it out to make it look like something happened here. Not this, but I'm guessing this is actually Jigoku's gun that he was given 10 years ago.
Sure, that's fair. I'm more confident in Wigs all of a sudden.
I'm feeling all right about Wig. But something that would give us information as to solid information. Died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Let's look at this.
Is the issue...
Well, we can't bring up the fact that there was rotting fish and chips in his
right, yeah.
coat. Unfortunately, that would be in the autopsy report.
Yeah.
It's
the issue of the way he bleeds.
He's curled up. I don't know if that matters here.
No, I think that's potentially fair.
He's kind of dead in a weird spot.
It's as if he just got plopped out of a trunk and not fell on the floor like how you would have fallen if you were shot and died instantly. I think that's fair. I think the fact that he's curled up is fair.
And he's got the wig on.
He's got the wig on. It's true. I think that's fair.
He is too curled up. It is not a natural dying position.
Yeah, he's not a spider.
It's not a natural position to have died in if it was instant. Now is it?
No.
No. Well done, detectives. We got one finally. Checks the whiteboard. All right. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes. But the point is, the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
Was he trying to be transported by a crow? I think not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. Everyone knows Inspector Gregson was part spider. He could easily have adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Now, if you look back at this autopsy report I showed you already, you'll see that he died instantly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report that I already showed you all, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position.
Oh!
Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Well, the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No!
You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. And there's a red wig. That's weird. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Present my trunk. I refuse. What?
On what grounds? Fuck you.
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling, baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
Yeah, Jigoku, the Nipponese.
Ah!
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
At this moment, you are not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious! You did it!
Kazuma is like, it has to be Zeke's though, man! Like...
This doesn't make any sense!
He killed my daddy. It's gotta be him.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country.
But I didn't kill him.
But I didn't kill him.
Classic move.
Inside my ass. Exactly as postulated by the defense.
As prostrate.
It's prostrate, yeah.
What? Dear God! Outrageous! So it was you!
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said.
Hmm?
Killing the man. I certainly have no recollection.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean.
For a second there, I thought he was about to accuse Susato.
I
I was like, here it comes!
So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
Exactly in this location related to this man. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
All right. Okay. So we're gonna get Kazuma on the stand now, right? And
Let
then
me prosecute.
And then Zeeks is gonna just invade the prosecutor's bench.
Yeah. Could you? Oh man, that would be amazing if there was a situation where they were just like constantly going back and forth between prosecutors because they kept accusing each other of murder.
Oh.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi.
Why didn't you just pin it on him right away then, if you knew?
You.
That's it. I'm executing all of you.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't.
I am.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. Right after this quick little save. I never know what's gonna happen. Stay safe, everyone. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... I'm going with... It's definitely possible. I'm going with it's definitely possible, but I'm gonna go with... I don't think Kazuma really did this.
Yeah.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago.
Yeah. I suppose, like, the judge did claim that he tussled with Gregson, right? But go on, yeah.
You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process, right? And here's the main thing. Jigoku is like, he's compromised. Like, this guy, you can't have this guy tell more testimony. He's fucking lying. He's lied this entire time. He changed his story numerous times. He's no longer credible or reliable.
It's true.
You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is. No question.
Right below me just being in charge and saying what's right and
Yeah,
wrong and
what's
what's
right and
real
wrong.
and what's not.
Cosmo's like, that's right. He does get to say that.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been... that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What?
I couldn't have done it?
Shit, I was thinking it was me.
I mean, he just said it was. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Is it gun time? He didn't have a fucking gun?
I'm thinking it's that.
I'm scared about it because it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
we don't really have proof that he didn't have a gun.
We have proof that he failed to do something when relating to Gregson. Like it would make no sense for it to be this.
Yeah,
because
because he tried to kill him.
Which is, we could say he failed to kill him, but that doesn't matter. The guy died to a gun. Like, yeah, exactly. I suppose this could actually be in favor of Kazuma did have a gun and did shoot him.
Right, as a prosecutor, he would have had a gun the same way Zeke's did.
I don't know if they gave him one yet, but...
Right, but yeah, I suppose it's true. But
it's something along those lines, though.
But that gun is 10 years old. It doesn't have the updated serial numbers.
That gun
is
in
outdated.
fact, very dated. Double check that just in case we have to examine it. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue. Yes. Oh, whoops. Well, I'm sure it said something that we wanted.
Because even if they did give him a new gun, it wouldn't be a fucking old gun like what Zeke's would have.
Told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with the unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun, which tells us that this must have been issued longer ago than that.
This is why they're thinking Zeke's, is because it's an old gun. What the fuck is that?
I accidentally hit a button, and that's the autoplay. I'm gonna turn that off when I get the chance, don't worry. Imagine if it just like presented the evidence correctly
Oh my
right
God.
now. That's a feature in this game.
Yeah. It's probably Z. I would imagine the auto. That's just my guess.
It's actually F, I think, is what it ends up being the keybind. I'm liking gun all right, but we don't know if this was actually the murder weapon, which is the weird thing.
That's true.
They were talking about how, like, we actually don't know what the murder weapon was. We only know that it was likely the murder weapon. That's all we know.
Yeah.
But I think it has to do with, like, unless we have,
Silky papers.
yeah. Don't forget, we haven't gotten to the part where we have to solve the truth of the professor.
And take down the Empire of England.
Yeah. It's none of these. We've used this one. This is the clincher one, right?
Yeah.
Or this is the clincher. So, on process of elimination, I'm thinking trunk or gun.
I'm thinking it's gone.
I'm thinking we try gun.
Take that!
It's not gun.
Fuck you. You're making the evidence.
Also, we're trying to help you out here, buddy. Shut up.
You know, skin or Hodo.
Sorry?
Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Let's see how he recontextualizes it, and then I'm reloading your save. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san. Or I'll end up being upset too. We know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearly all the time. That's a good point. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Okay, so is it just that?
No, when Kazuma left, exactly. Like, we don't have a timetable for this. We just have their hearsay testimony.
Yeah.
So, like, Kazuma said I left at 9:55 or some shit.
I'm gonna have to keep
Right.
reloading these saves now.
Yeah,
Because I'm at 2 HP. Okay, so
yeah, I guess that's...
I guess it's just this then?
I guess it's just this, yeah. I wasn't thinking about this.
I don't remember when Kazuma left.
Wait, I don't think he fucking said.
He probably did, and I just don't remember.
Like, I don't I don't know. I don't recall him saying like I got there at 9:30 and left at 9:45 or something. Whatever.
Whatever. That they throw you a pretty they throw you a bone there. They kind of just
they really-
spell it out because it's like you don't remember this.
Yeah,
It's fine. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Groose, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary. How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place,
Whoa!
fair.
Whoa,
That is
whoa,
in
whoa,
fact,
whoa,
good
whoa.
on you. No, fair enough. After they disembark,
Oh,
following departure. All right, fine.
Okay.
Fine.
All right. That's pretty good.
Following
Yeah,
departure.
Yep. Yeah, that's okay.
All right.
My brain is looking for numbers. It's
All right,
right there.
all right,
Okay,
all right.
That's pretty good. I didn't catch that at all.
Steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. The prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Yeah! That was Cosmo objecting. No. Absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to...
Come back and finish. No. That's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? Yeah.
Well, if Ryunosuke says so. As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodation register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
It's also the... Did you see a Japanese man with 2 swords show up here? Yes.
Yes.
Oui.
We.
Uh-huh.
No, I...
There's no escape this time. Zero escape. You can't forget that you're a judge, or... You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer. As a common man. He's gonna tear it apart. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku! Oh, it's so much easier to say Seishiro Jigoku. Okay.
It was that damn trial 10 years ago when this all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. It's over! My life is over.
How do you do that?
British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
So much consideration for assassins.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though, it was hardly a request. It was a demand.
And for that, you decided to... recruit Mr. Asogi. Things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time, in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
There's only one person who could have done that!
Kazuma, give it up!
The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself!
Ah! So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper?
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
Stares straight at Stronghart.
Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap, designed to lead him to France. And his own death.
Oh. How awful.
It was past 9 o'clock, and I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness.
Are you serious? I know that says it didn't kill him, but like... After all that shit about bruising on the neck, this guy should have probably had bruises on his neck. Oh my fucking god.
But there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. So I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation. But moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round
Ooh.
and went for me in a reckless move.
There was miraculously no blood. Yep.
I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier. Being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
So, the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Groose. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side.
There's no way you're about to tell me you just happened to bring it here. You just happened to find this exact apartment that was unbelievably tied to this man.
That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So, before the first-class cabin's sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes. My British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon.
Okay, sure.
In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from who he would take back his police identification.
Ah,
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body, still in my trunk.
Hackney? Hackney?
Hackney? I think it's just Hackney.
I think it is just Hackney. I'm thinking of another word. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. My god.
Yay, she's back. Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. I had to do the candle trick, Naruto.
I just had to fucking do it, man.
So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case.
It was his.
So I put that on. Although, I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around a quarter to 5. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick.
I just knew there would be candles in the room. Well, you know what? There probably would have been.
I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
Dude. You know what? You'd probably have a pretty good idea if you were using candles every day to light stuff.
You'd be able to. You know,
probably know.
The foot-long candles last an hour. Blah 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 blah. Right.
But you failed to notice, Jigoku, in this thing that you already managed to do. This was cheap wax, so it melted faster.
Yeah, or something. Exactly. Yeah.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap.
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah!
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but...
Why would you put it back?
Well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
Is it stuck in the ceiling?
Yes, yeah, he's just gone.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. So
he put the fish and chips
Zeke's.
back in his pocket. He's not a monster. He knew
Yeah.
how much it meant to him.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he knew that like it would be really suspicious if he didn't have them on
the
him.
fish and chips,
Like,
yeah.
like somehow that would have been more damning to have left his body without the fish and
Without the fish
chips.
and chips,
Yeah,
yeah,
somehow.
yeah.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku. One last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Got nothing left to lose. Nothing you
Breaking the
say
back of a
now.
Molar, adjusting the cyanide.
Yeah. Nothing you can say now makes matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
Okay, is this gonna be like, if I tell you Japan will be destroyed? Please, please, Jigoku. I need these words to leave your mouth.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now?
Can't you just kill me here?
It's finished. All of it. I'm finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Thus, Barak Van Zeeks is guilty.
Yeah, I needed this guy to die.
Seishiro Jigoku. It is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Woo! Oh. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. All right. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. We also greatly appreciate him fixing the witness stand. How can I... he's got to be guilty, though, right? Like... Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. Like, this is gonna be really far-fetched how Kazuma's gonna manage to keep this trial going.
Yeah.
Because
Like, it's over. Like, what the fuck's about to happen?
no, wait. I know for a fact that there is one more part to a trial for sure, and obviously,
Right.
yeah.
He's about to say the British contact was Zeke's.
Yes, that works.
That's just, yeah. It's the British contact was Zeke's. He's still the Reaper.
The
Fuck
true
you.
identity of the Reaper of the Bailey in this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
Thank God. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication.
Objection.
The prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Varric Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings?
oh, come on, man.
The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Varric Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
More like unreasonable. What?
Nani?
Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Also, can we do this tomorrow? Jesus Christ, man. So I can send my assassins out to kill you tonight? Fuck. Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. To stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Alright, fine. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Whoa.
How do you do that?
Whoa. Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation has soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer. And as a friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objections, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
I was expecting there to be a break point there.
Yeah.
But we're gonna take a break now, and then we'll probably do... Well, I know that there's a part 1 and 2 for the trial here. Or 2 and 3, so let's just try and get to the end of that then.
Okay.
If it's going like, you know, we're only 3 hours in. That's not too bad, so. Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Okay, well, take a break then.
Yep.
Overdue anyway. You know, even if we're only here for 30 more minutes afterwards. Okie dokie. All right. Definitely shocked this went straight into another testimony and did not have a break or like a critical moment to set it up into the finale.
Yo,
Hey.
what's up?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying how I'm like, I'm shocked we went straight into a testimony and there was no like, something big has to come out of this testimony right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because we need all the warriors to show up for the finale, of course.
Right.
It's got to get big. It's got to get big real fast here. Go whenever you are.
Yeah, thought of a joke. Zeke's being like, please say psych. Cosmo's like, no, I say Zeke.
I don't know, he's pretty stoked about this.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
And end of testimony.
I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body.
Yeah, no, Zeke should have looked at Kazuma and been like, why the fuck would I have gone there if I gave him the information? Why would I have incriminated myself like this?
It's actually an incredible point. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Why'd you bring up Wilson? Oh, I guess. Okay, sure, because they were the victims.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would I want Wilson dead? Blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah.
So, you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believes me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue.
You sure?
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty?
That won't happen. My job. The fact that they're like, it's like they're heroes or villains and not just civil servants.
Yeah.
From all of my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. God, he's right. It's like, Jesus Christ. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Should I write it down? Enough of this. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. The one that I've already found, but I'm still gonna press all of them anyway. Because I like talking to him. Oh my god, I have 2 pips of life. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey.
Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied.
Kazuma, I hate you. Kazuma, you're bottom of the prosecutor tier list. That sucks. I hate to say that, dude. Like, Franziska put up more of a fight than you. The thing is, like, maybe I'm just missing it or something, but Edgeworth, Franziska, Godot, and Clavier were really good at setting traps, is what I remember with them.
Yeah.
They were really good at being like, so you said it finally, right? And then they just twist it in their favor, and you're like, fuck. I don't really remember that happening in this game too often.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
And I really have, in like the first game, Zeke's appealed too much to like, just he did not appeal to reason. He just said shit. And it didn't exactly make for the most compelling like fight. Right. And Kazuma here is like, he just seems like he's lost, or he's obviously, he's definitely playing the long game here. He wants us to, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he is acting in favor of us being the ones to uncover everything at this point, which I'm sure is the case. Which in that case, yeah, he's doing a damn good job. But still, in the moment, it's just not super exciting to fight him.
Zeke's demeanor at least fits the setting, where it's like, yeah, I imagine in the late 1800s, like, the prosecution would just be like, he's guilty, hang him, right? He's never had to try.
Yeah. Though he is capable when... Right, he's certainly competent, but he's still pretty unremarkable compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, yeah... Like no one's beaten Edgeworth ever. It's just all there is to it. It's like however Edgeworth was fucking written, the way that guy talked, he had it all. I'm curious how I think there's 3 we haven't seen at this point. Then, not counting investigations like rivals, because I think there's Black Quill. Some dude with glass, some older guy. That has like suspenders.
People in 6R, yeah.
I don't even. Yeah, I don't. That's a good question.
One theory, there'd be one in the country.
Yeah, I know what that. I know who that one is. He's like he's a fishy, long-haired, white-haired guy.
As well as just whoever the normal person, Athena and Apollo, would be.
Yeah.
Dueling their destinies against or whatever.
I think Clavier's still in those games to some degree.
That makes sense.
It makes sense, right? Like, you know, Franziska shows up in 3 and whatnot, so yeah.
They just work there, like...
It's just their fucking job, dude. Anyway.
I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? Now, one by one, defendants who have been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed.
Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignore all the hearsay.
Wait, is the latent crossover like actually have? Does that have court cases?
We'll have to play it.
I guess that's possible. I fear the Leighton. I fear the bullshit of Leighton's puzzles.
He's drawn Among Us and it works.
Yeah, you draw the Among Us and it works for some reason. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement.
Hold it!
You say, for years? How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past.
A friend, even.
It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found his secret... Oh, right, sorry.
Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learnt of the location he'd noted only as Bruce in the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st.
Zeeks, Kazuma, is there actually a gentleman's club called Groose here in London?
I think that was established that yes, there was.
I don't think they were explicit about it.
That's where Zeeks was.
Yeah, I just don't try. It's just that Kazuma brought up the like faulty stance that the prosecution office wanted to make.
Yeah. Though, I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day. How I came to discover the body. But why did you go to that specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Or red-headed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder.
Kazuma! Oh no, you walked into this unknowable trap. You're such a shitter, bro.
Idiot Zeeks. You should have remembered that you told Jigoku to put the body there. What are you, stupid? What a blunder.
Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma.
Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth.
Anyway, here's this thing that I'm gonna say that's, that my own lawyer is going to present evidence about to state otherwise. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course, we were close acquaintances.
I miss
We
him.
worked on.
I miss him.
I miss him. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
Such as how to get infinite fish and chips. He did? Such as what? I mean, he quaked a bit there. Yeah.
Fuck off, dude.
What? What else was it gonna be?
Where to buy good fish and chips. And such like.
That is important.
It is important.
Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course. But that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. I'm wearing that outfit right now, by the way. Cool.
It
Not
should be.
not as cool as my outfit, says Zeke.
It's true.
It's true.
It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. And lastly, clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it!
Certainly as it stands, there is no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence.
I'm just snarling at him. I'm like, yeah, okay. When it's
I've never believed
convenient.
the insistence of anyone.
Sorry?
Perhaps there is fucking.
Yeah, perhaps.
Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings,
And by later, I mean now.
right now, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Mr. Kazuma, intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. Is that how this works? This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh, dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them
Hiya!
at first glance. With the inclusion of one other person. I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. Whoops. I need to think back to all the information we've seen so far. All right, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all?
Of course.
I'm gonna be real embarrassed when what I'm about to present doesn't work.
No, you're right.
Don't give me that confidence. It's gonna make it even worse, Tommy.
We know that Maria Gori is his daughter, and she worked alongside Wilson. So of course.
Yeah. Okay. So, is this 4 or 5 though? I want to present this on.
I think it's 4. No,
The
there's
point
no
is,
connection between
no
me and
common
Wilson.
thread, and the answer is well.
No.
He may
There
or may
is.
not. There might be this little autopsy here. Let me read this again just to be sure.
It's Clint's autopsy.
I see all the names I need to see.
Objection.
There you go.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Oh, hold the. Where did you get this? What is this? An autopsy report. Oh.
This
Wait.
has been missing for 2 years. What the fuck?
This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What the fuck, Naruhodo? What?
like, dude, he runs this fucking country now, man.
Can you imagine your
I
lawyer
just
doing
have-
this to you?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
All right. First of all, Kazuma, what are you talking about? You know this information.
No one knows this information.
Iris took this 2 years ago. How could you?
No one knows this information.
I suppose you. You know what? I guess it was common knowledge that Gregson. Not common for these people. Gregson did work with Wilson on Clint, so I guess that's not too crazy, but still.
Yeah.
Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not the accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case.
Except for that one that you're holding.
I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Dr. Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders.
Oh, now this one's exploitable. You could get that Asogi right out of there and just put impact.
Oh my god. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Right, something was found in his stomach, right?
Yeah, what?
I eated it? Wait,
he-
wait, he ate the glass poison jar.
Oh my god.
He wrote something, recent Scarlet. No, I'm sorry. I keep seeing Scarlet ink stains. I'm like, yeah, he wrote in red pen. Whoa, wow, I'm smart. Recent Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers on the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Right. Oh no, well, it was a document. It was writing it in red ink. And
Yes,
it wasn't blood. Okay, never mind. I'm a genius. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. And we just don't know what it was.
We don't know what it was. But maybe
We know there was no internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Which means, which I think, yeah. I really need them to contextualize that last line properly. No internal trauma noted. What did he leave behind? Indeed. That was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory. Was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together, cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and sent him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened. It needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham. And I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret! While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin.
Okay, it was Clint was carrying Iris in as a baby. They found it in his stomach. I'm reaching for anything with this Iris thread.
I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated!
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Just terrible aim, Kazuma. Like... Or you know, excellent defense, Gregson. Oh. Kazuma-sama.
As it turns out, it's really easy to defend against Kazuma.
Yeah.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man.
Lord Stronghart.
The man leading the case for the prosecution. Barak Van Zeeks.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaisoned with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
Ah!
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What?
Hey, my narrative, buddy. Calm down. Lord Van Zeeks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this. And yes, there was only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too.
You!
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is the save state I'm making real quick, just in case.
Yeah, but
I'm pretty sure
we didn't know.
I think we've been new that this entire time it was Iris.
He was the original he was the original prosecutor.
It was the original prosecutor of the case. And then he goes,
Chibo.
"Oh, damn."
Peppy.
And then he goes, "Oh, you want to take my place? Oh, all right."
Take that!
Male Stronghart. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Stronghart.
What? Lord Stronghart?
Yes. It's true that 10 years ago, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother... But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. Fuck. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks.
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death. So I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point. The supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined.
Right, so...
All the evidence I was given.
Finish it.
The autopsy reports. It all came from you.
Right, so... It didn't occur to me till just now that it's like... Neither Clint nor... Impact, Genshin, are at fault for anything. It was just Stronghart the whole time and he just pinned it on them. That's all it was.
Yeah.
He's taken down motherfuckers that he just wants to get rid of. And that's just what he had been doing the whole time.
Yeah, he'd been killing people it's the professor, right? That people get caught, whatever he blames on Clint. And the whole Reaper business is he's just kept doing it. It fucking works.
It's simple as that.
I'm killing bad people. It's working.
Yeah.
It's what works.
Yeah.
There's no weird cult ritual grand conspiracy. I'm
cleaning this shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all he's ever purported is I'm cleaning it up. Yeah.
Everything came from you, Lord Stronghart.
I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Stronghart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal. Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Looks at camera.
Yeah. You mean to say?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country.
Ding.
But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Silence! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there?
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy.
There is.
They weren't about to waste her for one scene now, were they? He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Stronghart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Everyone's like, come on, man. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about the autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me!
Kazuma, I
thought you were a Kefka.
thought you were a Gepron.
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you.
Doing it for me.
I'm doing it for the truth. The person
Now, I
the
know
defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy report of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is this save state once again.
I know you all want it to be Maria. Is it not just Mr. Mikotoba?
Oh yeah. I want it to be Maria though.
I know you all want it to be Maria.
It's Mikotoba. I was gonna click Maria because I'm like, bring her in. Her mom has told her about shit, but no.
He was there.
Take that.
Fuck!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. Don't worry, Maria will show up too. She's gotta. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question.
Fuck me,
Not
man.
another Japanese. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. Dad,
He's probably
he's
here.
right behind me.
That's him.
Hi,
Hi,
Susato.
Hello, dear fellows.
No. Of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronghart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did. Yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
I
Thought I was a Gepgun.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. I'd guess this. It seems I'm wrong. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. He's fucking crying. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial. Oh! Did Mikotoba invade the stand? Sholmes? Yeah. Yeah, baby! Mr. Sholmes? This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mayor Stronghart. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. My neck's gonna explode doing this guy. Jesus.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. To you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
The prevarications of your... Damn it, Sholmes, not more words. Order! Order in the court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door. He turns around.
Ha!
That leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
He was actually voiced by Stronghart here. It wasn't Jameson Price that the voice was. It was Richard Epcar the whole time. You see the door. The door into the next generation is light. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to end, what will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly... What's... The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right! We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow something. The English!
The English!
Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation! The truth! The whole truth! And nothing but the truth! It's the very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial! On with the
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice. I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Fuck. Pardon.
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here! In the courthouse!
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you. Shirley. My name's not Shirley.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. He believed in us, man. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, I gotta piss. You are of no further use here. kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course. In truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards. And a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Stronghart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Ooh. 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 Those last lines.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Oh.
The males.
And now, everybody, we are going to stop, and Tommy and I are going to lose our voices on roller coasters tomorrow. And then we'll be back. I don't scream on roller coasters. I know you do.
Yeah.
I just go to sleep. It's the only time I feel weightless. It's the only time in my life where I feel comfortable. It's on a fucking roller coaster.
It's true.
They're awesome.
Ah!
All right, I had no choice but to do this. I couldn't not look at this real quick. I like how she was staring directly at him. Okay.
She's like, are you my father?
Okay. All right. Excellent. I couldn't ask for a better final set of witnesses, truly.
Coroner spotted.
Are you my dad? No, I really can't be. That one was off the table. Okay, guys. Seriously, like we'll see you Saturday for the rare Saturday stream to finish this up. If I literally can't talk for whatever reason, right? It's very possible we lose our voice there no matter what. We're going to a fucking amusement park, right? With loud noises everywhere. We might just lose our voices. If we're good to go on Saturday, we'll be here on Saturday. Otherwise, I guess we do Sunday. And we fucking get this over with. No, I shouldn't put it that way.
End it.
We fucking put an end to this. We close this goddamn book of what I believe with this duology. I believe this will be the longest stream series we've ever done.
Oh,
if we're counting both, I think like hour-wise, it's the longest.
We started this in July, right?
Dude, Steam right now. Played time, 125 hours. And we got like 5 more to go probably. Hold on. Let me see something here. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trilogy. Ace Attorney Trilogy is longer. 134. However, I don't know how I would argue that, I'll be honest. I feel like these two games are more interlinked, whereas like 2 doesn't. The end of technicalities. You all slice it how you want, but yes, I have 125 hours played on this game currently. No, the first one was what, 12 streams? And now this one's gonna be 16. That's long. That's longer than all of the Zero Escape, I think. Because Zero Escape was 11 plus 12. I think is what it was. Because it was...
By the way, to those who celebrate, It's now Seto Kaiba's birthday.
Did you send the GIF? You sent the thing, yeah.
Do yourselves a favor if you've never seen it. Watch a video titled "Happy Birthday, Seto Kaiba" by Blueberry Pitbull on YouTube.
It's 10 seconds long. Go watch it. It's fucking hilarious.
Greatest 10 seconds of my life.
It's fucking excellent. Okay, guys. We'll see you at the end of it. Later.